Welcome into the Beach Ball pregame report here in Modesto. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller, and we're on either side of the truck that carries around the Roadsters mascot cruiser. Well, it was Long Beach cruising to victory last night in the knockout round.
The fourth knockout round of the season, the second victory for Long Beach. Cuba Bess out-hitting Tyler Williams 4-3 for the series opening victory.
And that helps maintain control of first place for the Coast, a half game ahead of the Billings Mustangs, who have won 4 in a row. But we have to take a detour back to Thursday night because one of those Mustangs wins came under controversial circumstances over the Red Pocket Mobiles. So let's strap in and take a ride up to Montana.
And the pitch hit on the ground towards short, and it skips by into left center field. 2 runs will come home, and the Mustangs win it.
Crazy way to end a ball game, and it was clearly infuriating because the Mobiles manager, Dimitri Young, was ejected from the next contest, arguing the call while handing out the lineup cards. And regardless of the validity of that final run scoring, it has the Mustangs a half game behind the Coast for first place, and Billings still could play one more game.
Yes, they had a rain out in Missoula, so they're trying to see how the first half finishes out, how the Coast do this weekend, how the Billings Mustangs do against the Idaho Falls Chuckers this weekend, to determine if it's worth going out to Missoula again, potentially trying to get that pennant. But for the Long Beach Coast, what they need to focus on is just winning out and doing their part to try and get their bid to get home field advantage in September.
If the Coast win tonight on Saturday and tomorrow's matinee on Sunday, well, the Mustangs lose at least one of their games out in Idaho Falls this weekend, well, then there's no debate. The Coast unequivocally clinch first place in the first half standings, and they'd end up tying the Oakland Ballers record for wins in the first half at 37. To start on that track today is Nathan Hemmerling. He's got 3 wins under his belt, and he's going for his 8th appearance of the season.
Couple of those appearances against the Roadsters. That was that 6-game series back at Blair Field. This is his first time on the mound here in Modesto at Modern Woodman Field. And, you know, looking at last night, 12 hits for the Roadsters on the 7 runs that they put across the plate, including that late surge against Zach Volker, who blew another save this week and got them to the knockout round. Last night for the Coast offense, however, 9 hits, only 1 extra base hit. That was Jacob Jablonski. This is a pretty deep alley that allows a lot of triples like we saw with Osiris Johnson, albeit it was a little controversial. The ball hit down the left field line. Matthew Bardowell in left field last night put his hands up. The ball found itself under the bullpen bleachers. He had a hard time getting to it, and there was a bit of a heated contest with JT Snow, the manager for the Roadsters, and Troy Percival that kind of complicated the end of that inning. It resulted in a run for the Roadsters, but my point is, extra base hits should be an easy thing here for this particular offense. That's going to be something to focus on today for the Coast.
Long Beach, although without a long ball yesterday, is still 3rd in the Pioneer League in homers at 85. Modesto knocked a couple out of the park yesterday, but you didn't need to do it to earn the win. The Coast proved that. Only 3 players even recorded multiple hits. Leadoff man Eddie Pelk, the shortstop Anthony Mata, and center fielder Emilio Corona. You want to talk about a big outfield? He knows how to control one because he does that at Blair Field during every single home game, and we caught up with the speedster earlier today. Hey, Emilio, steal a couple bases yesterday. You're the fastest guy on the team with 21. What's the key to getting such a good jump?
I think just kind of watching the pitcher go through his routines, just when he's warming up, stuff like that. And I've kind of been blessed to have some base stealers in front of me throughout my career that have kind of taught me little tips and tricks to look at while you're trying to do it. And yeah, just believe in yourself, being fast too. That always helps.
So if I'm getting into my stance here, runner's stance, and I'm ready to just bolt that way,
Yeah.
what's the fundamental that everybody needs to have in your mind?
I'm a little different. I like to do what they call a vault steal, and so I'll kind of get a little head start on that. So I'm kind of just timing it as I'm almost like I'm fielding at shortstop, like trying to get a little prep step and trying to just time up the pitcher's leg lift.
And we were talking about this before. You are naturally just a fast guy. Maybe not a distance runner, but in sprints,
Yes.
we've seen you go.
Keep it short.
This is a big outfield, just like Blair Field, but here where maybe you're running back into this giant fence where it's still 20 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
How do you track the ball and feel the area in a ballpark where you don't normally play a whole lot.
Yeah, you know, it definitely takes some time to get used to. I like to always try and take advantage of our BPs before games. I think that's a great way to kind of understand the field that you're at, because in the outfield all balls will fly different. You have different walls, different dimensions. So I like to take advantage of our BP, and our guys do a great job of giving us good reads because we can hit. So it's fun.
And you can hit 13 home runs. You're tied with Cuba Best. Last night you watched him in the knockout round win the game for you guys.
Yeah.
How cool is it having guys in your lineup who can just mash the ball like you do?
Oh, it's the best. It's so fun. Guys like Cuba, watching him hit, it's always a good time. Get to a knockout round, we know we have guys who can put the ball over the fence, so we always have confidence going into that.
And what does it do for you with that confidence, knowing that you have the support around the lineup?
Just not being able to not put as much pressure on yourself, and I think that everyone's kind of been allowed to do that with the lineup we have this year, and really trust the team and know that the guys in front and behind you in the lineup are going to pick it up.
And what can you learn from guys like Cuba Best who have been in affiliate ball too?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. We have like guys like Cuba Best who've been playing for a while. Like you can pick their brains, and a lot of the guys just kind of spend hours kind of just talking hit and different stuff like that. So it's definitely been a way that our team's kind of gelled as well, I think.
You'll have like a 6-hour drive to talk about hitting with all the guys after tomorrow's game. But if you want to clinch first place in the first half standings, you guys got to win out. What's the key to doing that?
I think just staying with what we've been doing. I mean, committing our plan on offense. Pitcher's doing a good job, giving us a chance to win every day. And yeah, not trying to do too much. Be who we are, because it's gotten us this way.
All right, be who you are, Emilio. You've been looking good this series. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
Long Beach trying to keep steady heading into the finish of the first half. Emilio Corona, a big reason why the team has had success. We talked about it during the interview. 13 home runs, tied for the team lead. 21 stolen bases. That's alone for the team lead. Oh boy, can he just mash a baseball, run after it, and he's a great 5-tool player with the mental side as well.
Yeah, you can put him anywhere in this lineup, and he's going to perform to the best of his ability. Not only that, he provides such a great experience for the dugout. He is a cheerful guy and always a great person to talk to, keeping a positive outlook no matter how the game turns out.
Now, while the offense did its job very well last night with that big 5-run first inning, 2 more runs being added on the 6th inning, the pitching also stood out. Nick Bautista on the bump to start things with 5 2/3 innings pitched. He allowed 4 earned runs, 5 total, with 8 hits allowed, striking out 4 batters. After him, though, Jake Dixon, lockdown baseball, shut out for 2 1/3 innings. He was nearly unhittable.
Yeah, those 2 1/3 innings, he kind of matched pace with the other bullpen. And it's interesting because the first moment that we got to this ballpark, started chatting up the people in the press box here, lovely people, by the way. They were talking about the struggles with this Modesto bullpen, but the final 11 Long Beach Coast batters were retired in order. We saw somebody make his debut last night. I'm forgetting his last name.
Dawson
Goins. Struck out the side. Fantastic outing for him. And that kind of was what charged Jake Dixon to try and keep pace, keep the score tight. It was a 2-run game heading into the 9th, but he did his job absolutely for this Long Beach Coast bullpen.
You mentioned Modesto. Anytime you retire 11 batters in a row, I think that proves any haters wrong, but the Coast still walk away with the win very much in large part due to what Jake Dixon did on the mound across the end of the 6th inning, the 7th and 8th as well. We caught up with the left-hander about what's been working for him lately. Hey Jake, 2 1/3 yesterday, 1 hit allowed, 2 strikeouts. You were dealing. What was working?
Just everything. Fastball command was good, and then sometimes landing the slider when I wanted to.
Yeah, did you change your approach at all going into last night's game?
No, just went out there and just tried to get ahead and stay ahead.
Busy weekend with Modesto, then you're headed back home, but you end the first half this weekend. What's the key for you guys to go out and win these next 2 games and clinch first place in the first half?
I think just doing what we always do, just play good, clean baseball, get good outings out of the pen and the starters, and keep swinging the bats.
Does it change at all when you're on the road? You guys are spending almost every second together as opposed to at the home ballpark where maybe you arrive at different times?
I wouldn't say so, no. I think we got a close-knit group. I think we all hang out together at home. We all hang out together on the road. I think it stays pretty much the same.
And yesterday, 6-hour bus ride. That's coming up tomorrow after the game as well. What's your favorite snack to eat when you're sitting there for that long drive?
Probably some sort of candy from the gas station.
All right. Thanks, Jake. That was fun talking with Jake Dixon. We took a brief pause there. We're doing so on the road, because we can, and because Modesto starts its games a little bit later, so we thought we'd give you guys time to breathe. Jake left a decent amount of time for us to breathe there. Interview lasted under a minute. Man, a few words and even fewer pitches because he was efficient in last night's win. Jake Dixon, across his 2 1/3 innings, he fired off just 29 pitches. That's roughly 10 pitches per inning. I guess it's a little different. 2 1/3. So if you were to take 2 1/3, multiply that by 3, that would come out to, Joey, I'm trying to do the math here, and my brain isn't working. How many pitches would that be?
Say again?
21 pitches if it was 2 1/3, so a little more than that. Never mind. Got the math done. But Jake Dixon keeping it pretty quick yesterday, just like he did in our interview this morning. And if I could do math, I'd probably be that fast too.
Well, the only math that I'm looking at in Jake Dixon's line last night is when he came into the ballgame. It was a very crucial moment when Nick Bautista gave up the RBI double to Dom Rodriguez that got the Roadsters within 2. Jake Dixon came in. He needed only 3 pitches to get Harry Owen to fly out to center field, end that inning, and send it into the 7th and 8th. That went scoreless. And then the Long Beach Regulators couldn't get anything going for them in terms of insurance in those last 3 innings because the bullpen in the other side, as we mentioned in the pregame show, was phenomenal. And that's kind of what set up that late rally. 3 straight hits and a blown save to Zach Volker, all off of the top of this lineup, which is going to be the exact same today for the Modesto Roadsters. Jacob Lejewski, Max Handren, and Osiris Johnson. As a matter of fact, there are only one change for both lineups tonight. Otherwise, it's a pretty identical look, which we will get you here in just a second. Hi, everybody. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook. We're here at Modern Woodman Field for Game 2 of 3 to finish out the first half. Long Beach Coast, once again rebranding as the Long Beach Regulators this afternoon, deciding to press their luck with it again in their 11th matchup under the new alternate identity moniker. Are going to be wearing those black jerseys, and Modesto's also wearing the black jerseys, the black tops with the R on their breastplate, white pants, and black hats, so it's going to be a black-on-black matchup tonight, which is something that we've seen here. The first time that the Long Beach Regulators played here at Modern Woodman Field, Garrett Van Deventer was on the bump, and it was a black-on-black jersey matchup. Don't often see these clashes for home and away.
It's 91 degrees. Do these guys really want to be wearing the darkest jerseys they have?
Well, it's kind of a nice 91. We were out on the field earlier today and, enjoying a much nicer day than we had when we first arrived here. It was 100 degrees, just sticky and hot, but it has cooled off a little bit to a nice cool 91 degrees. Get out the heat warmers because, I don't know, I'm getting a little chilly right now. It's 90 degrees. Cloud coverage, which is going to cool things down right off the jump here for this game, which will get underway in just a second. The lineup cards have been exchanged, and before we see the Regulators take the field in just a moment, let me tell you, or rather the Roadsters will take the field. Crossed up because, of course, we usually see the Long Beach team head out to the field first, this being our second road game of the season. But let's take you through the Roadsters' defensive arrangement. Around the outfield, Kingston Liniak in left field, Tyler Williams, who was the contestant in last night's knockout round, who fell short to Cuba Bess, he's in center field, and Justin Boyd in right. Around the horn in the infield, it's going to be exactly the same as last night. Max Handren at the hot corner, Jacob Lejewski, Osiris Johnson up the middle, Bryce Cannon at first on the other corner. Harry Owen will be catching Devin Hernandez, heading into his 7th start of the season. He's 4-1. That only loss that he took was against the Long Beach Coast. That was back on June 12th in Long Beach, where he went 6 innings, only gave up 2 runs on 8 hits. It was actually a pretty great start for him. Unfortunately, he got no run support. It was an 8-0 shutout, and he took the loss because of it. Now they take the field in those aforementioned black tops, white bottoms. And for the Long Beach Regulators, let's get you the lineup here. It's going to look the exact same as last night with only one difference. Anthony Mata being subbed out for Patrick Roche in the very same 8th spot. Other than that, Eddie Pelk will lead things off, followed by Dylan Lena and Cooper Vest, 2 lefties and a righty in the top part of the lineup. Matthew Bardwell, Cuba Bess, Jacob Jablonski, and then 3 righties to finish out the lineup. Emilio Corona, Patrick Roche, and Johnny Pappas. Now time for the anthem. We'll step aside for just a second. Wonderful rendition of the national anthem. And we're just about ready to get go here on this Saturday night. Again, one of the final 2 games of the first half. And these are still crucial games for Long Beach, who have already clinched a playoff berth. We mentioned in the Beach Ball pregame show how they are fighting against the Billings Mustangs for who can get that home field advantage in September and take the first place pennant. Right now, Long Beach, their only role is just to keep winning games because the Mustangs, well, they're playing the Idaho Falls Chuckers, who have struggled a little bit this season since Troy Percival left them. They've had a managerial switch. I'm trying to be nice. They are in the bottom of the entire league.
Well, you can be nice and still tell the truth that, yeah, they're tied for the 2nd worst record in the Pioneer League. They really have just struggled week in, week out, and they're a team that might be saving its best players for Tuesday night because chances are the overall standings won't affect them. If there are teams that end up in the top 2 at the end of the first half and the second half, then the next playoff team defaults to overall standings and overall record. For a team in the first half that's near the bottom, that doesn't really matter. So they might be sitting some of their better players and saving them for Tuesday because then they can make a run at the second half standings. If they end up as the top 2 teams in the second half, then they're in really good shape making the playoffs.
I should amend that statement as well. The Chuckers are tied with the Freebirds for the 2nd to last record in the Pioneer League. The last place record is the Red Pocket Mobiles, who are 11-35. We talked about that controversial call in Billings that could affect things in the playoff picture. But let's focus on the game tonight, which kicks off with Eddie Pelk facing off against the righty Devin Hernandez. His 2nd appearance against the Long Beach Coast. Stands tall on the mound, fires from the stretch. The first pitch fouled over the third base net for strike 1 at 7:13 p.m. Pacific time. Thank you so much for tuning in wherever you are tuned in from, whether that be Long Beach, Modesto, or anywhere else on this beautiful planet. Next pitch on the ground the other way, past Lujevsky into left field. He was working up the middle, And Eddie Pelk leads things off with a single, as has been the trend for the past 2 nights now. Kicking off the top of the first with a single last night that led to a 5-run rally. Now Dylan Lena will try and continue that trend.
Pelk gives Modesto a little more time than yesterday. Last night it was a first pitch single. Now he waits till the second.
In 4 of the now 5 games played this week, Eddie Pelk has gotten a leadoff single in the first offensive frame for Long Beach. Now Dylan Lena takes the first pitch for strike 1 on that changeup there. A 5-pitch arsenal for the Modesto starter. As this one cuts inside, Lena gets a piece of it. It's fielded by Troy Gloss, the hitting coach, and the third base coach for the Long Beach Coast in his first season professionally as a manager, or rather as a part of a coaching staff, I should say. Now the 0-2. Framed in the zone there by Owen, and Lena is gone on 3 pitches for the first strikeout of the night, the way of the backwards K. As it brings up Cooper Vest with 1 out here and a runner at first. Cooper Vest this week 1 for 13. Has not had a hit in his previous 7 at-bats, but here in Modesto, he is 5 for 16 in the previous 4 games played here. He's going to try and turn things around as there's a throw back to first. Pelk dives in head first, safe, being held on by Bryce Cannon. Soft sun on the green grass here at Modern Woodman Field with everything exposed to the sunlight with the exception of the right field and first base side. There's a swing and a miss. Cooper Vest now behind 0-1. On the 83-mile-per-hour changeup, Hernandez works with a 4-seam slider, changeup, sinker, and a curveball. There's a swing and a miss at a fastball upstairs. The throw down to second as Eddie Pelk went for it. He gets tagged out by Lejewski, so that clears up the base paths and also causes Vest to fall to an 0-2 count. Eddie Pelk just lost the jump there, especially with a high fastball that allowed Harry Owen to pop up and be ready for that throw down to second.
He's been caught more than anyone else on the team now 3 times.
0-2 is poked through the right side for a 2-out single. That is his first hit in 7 at-bats, so there you go. I reverse broadcaster jinxed it. You're welcome, Cooper. As I hope that is a trend that follows throughout the rest of the game and the rest of this series. Fantastic player Cooper Vest has been for the Long Beach Coast this season. Played in right field last night. Tonight he's at first base. Now Matthew Bardwell in the cleanup spot. He's back in his natural right field position after being in left field last night because of Cooper Vest being on the other side of the outfield. He takes the first pitch up and in for ball 1, the first ball of the game issued by Hernandez, who has been attacking the strike zone. Next pitch, a curveball, finds the end of the zone just outside to Bardwell, the righty, who steps out of the batter's box for a mere second. A 1-1 count. Bardwell swings and fouls the next pitch back into the home plate net. A far more shallow backstop than we see at Blair Field, which could play a factor. We did see a wild pitch from Nick Bautista in his final inning in that bottom of the 6th last night, the 2-run rally for the Roadsters that got the Roadsters within 2 heading into the final 3 innings. Next pitch just below the knees. Harry Owen thought about challenging it, but the former Braves affiliate catcher decides to keep things steady with a 2-2 count. Hernandez still a pitch away from escaping the top of the first here. Curveball right at the knees. Bardwell is retired on the second backwards K. And that leaves one stranded after 2 hits and 4 batters faced. Devin Hernandez gets a 0 right off the bat here. And now the hometown Modesto Roadsters will take their first hacks when we come back on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. Bottom of the first, Modesto will take their first at-bats of this Saturday night contest. Nathan Hemmerling on the bump, his 8th start tonight. He's made 2 appearances against Modesto, one of which was one of his previous 7 starts for the Long Beach Coast in his 2nd professional season. The first pitch misses outside for ball 1 to Jacob Lejewski. The shortstop tonight for the Roadsters gets a swing and a miss on the next pitch. 83-mile-per-hour slider there for a 1-1 count. Lejewski went 2 for 5 yesterday. Started a bottom of the 9th 2-out rally that allowed the Roadsters to tie it up at 7 apiece and send the Roadsters and the Regulators to a knockout round. Now a 2-1 count. Just misses the edge of the zone outside to the righty. A hitter's 3-1 count now. Hemmerling working fast today, right off the jump. Gets a called strike on the fastball. Back into this count. And Lejewski is going to call for time. He's catching his breath after how fast those first 5 pitches were fired. Hemmerling sets, winds, and throws the full count. This one in the air softly to right center. Corona in on it. He makes the grab for out number 1. In the outfield this evening for the Long Beach Regulators this afternoon, Eddie Pelk back in left. He DH'd yesterday. It was his first time not defensively at left field in 14 games. Corona, as we just mentioned, in center field. Matthew Bardwell back in right. Around the horn in the infield, Dylan Lena, Patrick Roche, and Jacob Jablonski up the middle. Cooper Vest back at first. There's a called strike to Max Handren for an 0-1 count. Johnny Pappas behind the plate to catch Nathan Hemmerling. Next pitch cuts inside on the lefty. A 1-1 count. Yesterday went 3 for 5 as he gets this one on the ground. Cooper Vest picks it up out of the dirt. Hemmerling there to cover first for out number 2. Now to Osiris Johnson, the former 2nd-round pick of the Miami Marlins. He's going to try and get something started for his Roadsters after 2 quick outs. Hemmerling gets him to swing and miss at a beautiful slider outside. Trailing away from the righty batter. The second baseman for the Roadsters also went 3 for 5 last night. Next pitch missing below the knees for a 1-1 count. Had a couple of RBI last night, including a controversial call on a drive down the third base line into left field. There's another called strike on a breaking ball, a 1-2 count. It scored a run. Matthew Bardowell was in left. He threw up his hands because it got stuck under the bullpen bench, but the umpires did not see it, so he tried for the inside the Parker and was gunned out at home plate for the final out of that inning. Now he sends one out to right field, finds the glove of the aforementioned Bardowell. That finishes the first. No score heading into the second here on the Coast Media Network. No, Devin Hernandez and Nathan Hemmerling bounce off of each other's performances. 7 batters to the plate in the first. Only 2 reached, and 1 was left stranded. That was Cooper Vest, now Cuba Bess, his name-sounding counterpart. Sends this one to the left field bullpen for strike 1. Has been 9 for 19 here at Modesto in his 4 games played here. Bess swings atop and off speed, falls behind 0-2. Last night, Bess went 1 for 4. An RBI fielder's choice in that first inning 5-run rally. There is a swing and a miss. A good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Devin Hernandez with his 3rd punch out in now 1 1/3 innings pitched. Jacob Jablonski now to the plate, batting from the left side. He's been 3 for 7 in his past 2 games since his return from his short injury break. I say injury in quotes because he was just healing some hamstring tightness this past weekend from a Yuba Sutter incident. But he's back and takes ball 1 outside. Next pitch drops below the knees for a 2-0 count. Jablonski with an RBI double in the top of the first and then went hitless in his next 3 plate appearances, but did get a walk. Has reached twice in his 4 plate appearances last night. Next pitch, a late decision there from the home plate umpire, Ricardo Rodriguez, the crew chief. Called strike on the 93-mile-per-hour fastball. It's a 2-1 count. Ricardo Rodriguez behind the plate, Blake Dempsey at first, and David Harrison at third. This afternoon, next pitch misses low and just a little outside on the off speed. A 3-2 count now to Jablonski. Next pitch, a fastball, challenges him right around the knees, but he lays off, and he's glad he did. Reaches with the base on balls to bring up Emilio Corona, who you spoke to, Jesse, in the Beach Ball pregame show.
That's right. He talked about how much fun he's having playing baseball, but also how he's working with such a big outfield. It's all about that first step after a ball.
We've been having just as much fun watching him this season as he sends this one softly to the left side. Handren runs in front of Lejewski, gets it to second in time for just 1 out. Corona reaches on the fielder's choice. And now Patrick Roche will come up to the plate here with 2 outs and a runner at first. No score here in the top of the second.
By the way, just reflecting on that Jacob Jablonski walk, that's a rare sight against Evan Hernandez. That is the 9th batter he's walked this season across now nearly 40 innings. Or exactly 40 innings of work.
First pitch hits for strike 1 on the fastball to Roche. Roche, in his 6 plate appearances, the last time we saw him on Thursday back at Blair Field, he reached 5 of those 6 times. 2 doubles and the 3 hit by pitches, which now makes him the second Long Beach member to have double-digit hit by pitches. Now with 11 on the season, still trailing Cooper Vest by a whopping 7. The second pitch, another off speed, but it's right around the knees in the zone for strike 2. Hernandez has a chance to finish Roche. Cannon holding on Corona at first. The 0-2, this one fouled above the home plate net and back for a carried on 0-2 count. Patrick Roche, the Massachusetts native, long ways from home.
It's a good 3,000 miles out here, I think.
There goes Corona towards second on the hit and run, and it's successful. It draws Johnson closer to the bag, heads into center field. Corona's going to hold up at third for the single on 2 outs to carry on this inning and put the first runner in scoring position for Long Beach. Really well executed there, as Corona is one of the fastest base runners for Troy Percival's playoff-bound Long Beach crew. The 9 spot, Johnny Pappas steps to the plate here. The backstop. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. The Chino Hills native looks on and foul tips. One right into home plate for an 0-1 count. Johnny Pappas has had no hits in his previous 10 at-bats, has not had a hit since Wednesday at Blair Field against the Freebirds. As he tries to remain optimistic and turn the tides this weekend to finish out the first half on a strong note. There's a throw back to first to check on Roche. He slides in safe. Pappas joined the team after Thomas McCaffrey, the opening day starting catcher for Long Beach, went down with a thumb injury. There's a called strike, and Pappas falls behind 0-2. Since joining the squad, Pappas has become a bit of an everyday, almost everyday fixture. This one sent in the air towards Williams in center field. Runs over to his right and makes the grab for out number 3. Leaving 2 stranded. No runs come across. And it's still no score heading into the bottom of the second. We'll be right back on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. Nathan Hemmerling back on the bump in the bottom of the second. No score in the middle game of this series between the two newest California Pioneer League teams, both debuting this season. A called strike on a curveball to Bryce Cannon in the 4 spot. He'll be followed by Justin Boyd and Kingston Liniak. After Bryce Cannon, it's nothing but righties for the rest of this lineup. There's a foul tip into the glove of Pappas, and Hemmerling gets ahead immediately on an 0-2 count. We mentioned how fast he's been working off the mound, trying to keep a quick pace. 13 pitches to get through the bottom of the first, retiring all of the top 3 batters in order as he misses outside for ball 1. Looked like it had some cutting action to that 4-seam fastball. Now this one off the handle to the opposite side, and Lena cannot make a clean play. That's going to be an error, allowing Cannon to reach safely. Came across in front of Roche, and it lipped out of his dark tan glove. And maybe they're going to give him a hit there, as it was on the run.
I don't know if I agree with that call, but it was a tough play, I guess.
A bunt is shown from Justin Boyd, who pulls back for ball 1. Justin Boyd went 1 for 4 yesterday, that one being a home run, his 5th home run on the season, as he fouls this one into home plate and into Johnny Pappas, who is a little shaken but gets up safely. 1-1 count. Of Justin Boyd's 5 home runs, 3 of them have been against the Long Beach Coast. The other 2 against the Oakland Ballers. Modesto has played Oakland quite frequently in the first half, as they are conveniently close. All things relative. Next pitch misses outside for a 2-1 count. Hemmerling working from the stretch. 4th pitch popped up in the air towards second base. Jablonski, last minute called off by Cooper Vest, who makes the grab for out number 1. Now Kingston Liniak, the veteran on Modesto's roster, steps in here. He's the coined franchise player. 3 for 18 in the past 4 games versus the Long Beach Coast. Yesterday he went 0 for 5. Waves his bat below his shoulder and above his head. Takes the first pitch low for ball 1. There's that slider from Hemmerling of his 5-pitch arsenal. Next pitch, poked through the right side into right field. Now Cannon's going to try first to third. The throw in is not in time. Lena collects it on a 1-hop from Bardowell. Everybody safe. And pretty similar to what we just saw in the top of the second, but this time only 1 out. Brings up Tyler Williams. Tyler Williams has played 20 games now with the Roadsters. This is the first time in this series that I was going to say the first time this series that we've seen him, but I don't believe that's the case. He did play the last time they were here, but we weren't. It's an 0-1 count. This one over the head of Jablonski. That's going to cash in a run. Tyler Williams gets an RBI single. Modesto up 1-0. Still with 1 out and runners at first and second. Just a nice, simple line drive spiked into right field. And the Roadsters strike first. Hemmerling in his previous 2 games against the Roadsters, a combined 6 innings, he's only allowed 3 runs across those 6 innings. He's been very good against this Modesto roster, which looks a little different. He didn't see Tyler Williams the last time they were at Blair Field. First pitch is fouled to the screen from Dom Rodriguez, the DH. He was the DH last night in the very same spot, the 8th spot. Harry Owen in the on-deck circle to finish out that lineup for JT Snow's Modesto Roadsters. There's a called strike 2. Dom Rodriguez calls for time to readjust his batting glove, steps back into the right-handed side of the batter's box. One to nothing, Modesto. Next pitch, a fastball yanked outside. Hard pop on the 92-mile-per-hour fastball. Hemmerling trying to keep things low right now to induce a ground ball if he can. There is a force out at any square base. Next pitch, kicks away from Pappas. The runner heads to third. Kingston Liniak slides in feet first, safe. On the wild pitch there. 2-2 count for Rodriguez, who went 1 for 4 with an RBI. That RBI coming in the form of a double in the bottom of the 6th. That caused Nick Bautista, last night's starter, to exit the game. Quick throw back to first. Tyler Williams is back safely. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Hemmerling collects a sign from his second-year battery mate, both formerly with the Idaho Falls Chuckers, as the next pitch is fouled down the first base line and onto the concourse. Dom Rodriguez, a strikeout victim once last night, the way of a backwards K, the only backwards K recorded last night for the Roadsters. Now Jablonski lays out, but it's just past him for a soft RBI single. Now the throw from Bardowell to third is not going to be in time. Tyler Williams goes first to third and follows the trend of what he did himself. Kingston Liniak scores. It's 2-0 Modesto. That is 3 straight singles off of Nathan Hemmerling. And it's going to mean a mound visit from Jerome Williams. The left side of the infield is also drawn into this discussion. Jablonski thinking about joining it as well, but Jerome Williams is going to have a chat with Hemmerling, who is still just 2 outs away from getting out of this inning. There is a double play in possibility. But Harry Owen will take the plate. There is nobody in the bullpen currently, as it is still far too early.
And these are not really powerful hits against Hemmerling. They've been, for the most part, these dribblers or shallow pop-ups that have just found their way into no man's land. So Hemmerling is still forcing weak contact. It's just that the Roadsters are getting the breaks at the moment.
Mound visit is over. Nathan Hemmerling steps back on the rubber, the first base side. Takes a glance over to first on Dom Rodriguez and now fires a first pitch breaking ball at the top of the zone, but missing for ball 1. Harry Owen went 0 for 3 yesterday to start this 3-game series in Modesto. Takes another breaking ball, but this time it finds the zone for an even 1-1 count. Curveballs have been working well here in Modesto. Perhaps the heat is a factor in the Central Valley. This one, a line drive on top of the third base shaded fixture. A 2-strike count on Owen. Owen Spent 3 years in the Braves system. Reached as high as High A with the Rome Braves last year. Next pitch off the end of his bat. Softly hit towards Jablonski. Gets it to second and then to first in time for the inning-ending double play. That is exactly what Nathan Hemmerling was looking for. But 2 come across for the Roadsters, who lead 2-0 after 2. Sending it to the third. You're listening to Coast Baseball on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. Top of the third and top of the lineup for the Regulators, Eddie Pelk is going to try and respond to the 2 runs that came across for the Roadsters, leading 2-0. So there's a called strike on a breaking ball from Devin Hernandez, working towards a shutdown inning. His team collecting 2 runs off of 4 hits, including 3 straight singles off of Nathan Hemmerling. As the next pitch kicks away from the glove of Harry Owen. A 1-1 count there on that slider. Hernandez stands tall and fires the next pitch. This one sent the other way, but fouled. And into the fan section where somebody chases it down. We saw a lot of kids chasing the foul balls around on last night's Firework Friday. A popular activity at any ballpark. I don't know if you caught any baseballs growing up at any major league or minor league games. There's a curveball that misses low for ball 2.
I can tell you I got close once. Jacoby Ellsbury at a Red Sox game while I was sitting in the lower wooden blue seats. He rocketed one at like 100 miles per hour to the seat next to me that if it had hit me would have killed me probably.
Next pitch right at the knees, rings up Eddie Pelk. The 4th strikeout and the 3rd backwards K on the Long Beach Regulators this afternoon.
By the way, in case you were wondering, I did not get the baseball. It careened off the seat very hard a few rows in front.
I know some people have back and forth opinions, and strong ones at that, as to do kids deserve the baseball? And I'd say most of the time the answer is absolutely yes. Give it to a kid. It's just a baseball at the end of the day.
My response to that is it's always a nice thing to do, but you shouldn't be shamed if you don't do it.
I agree. That was the second part of that. A 0-1 count on Dylan Lena. He takes the next pitch, a breaking ball inside for ball 1. And the reason I say that is because a lot of us grew up as baseball fans, grew up as previously kids. I guess we've all been previously kids.
I think so.
If we've gotten to this point in our lives. Third pitch in there for a strike, a delayed called strike 2 to Dylan Lena, who was one of those backwards Ks from Devin Hernandez this afternoon. But, you know, you get to a point where you still bring your glove to every game, and you still hope to catch that big moment or be ready for it wherever you are. And I brought this conversation up a couple months ago when I was at Coors Field with a friend for a Rockies-Dodgers game, next pitch missing low and outside for ball 2. I brought this up while we were walking into the stadium. I had my glove on hand. And it's always when you least expect it, when you don't have your glove on, when something like a foul ball heading your way happens to fly our way. During that game, Andy Paez hits one foul to where we were on the club level. Next pitch popped up behind home plate. Owen towards the net, and somebody tries to catch that one with his hat, but it bounces into the row behind them. Some kid just kind of bare hands it.
Have you ever tried to catch the ball with the hat? That is not a reliable way to hang onto a baseball or a hat. That thing will fly out of your hands.
I mean, I've seen people try and catch it and sometimes successfully catch it with a beer, though they may not be able to finish said beer. It's a full Catalina who drives one down the left field line, hooking foul and heading towards the Long Beach clubhouse.
See, now, catching with a beer, it makes more sense because the ball is still headed to the center of your hand. You have more control. The water, the beer, helps out a little bit because it provides this buoyancy. It cushions the fall just slightly.
I mean, you're still trying to catch an 100-mile-per-hour ball with a plastic cup, which is incredibly difficult. There's a swing and a miss at the breaking ball. Lino reaches out at that one. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the top of the third. Now 2 outs, bases clear.
I'm saying that the catching with a beer is easier than catching with the hat. I'm not calling catching with the beer easy.
Yeah, well, so back to the story that I was at Coors Field in April. We had this conversation, should you give it to a kid? I don't know. I've been waiting to catch a foul ball my entire life, I say to my friend. And sure enough, Andy Paez hits one our way, and I get it. I get the foul ball. And the adrenaline is rushing through my body. Cooper Vest takes ball 1, by the way. And I hear the section chanting, give it to the kid, give it to the kid. I look over to my right, and I see this kid anticipatory, like I'm going to hand him the ball, like I'm owed handing him the ball. However, he was wearing a Dodgers jersey. I was wearing a Rockies jersey rooting for the Dodgers. So instead, I give it to my friend. And some people chewed me out for that. A 1-2 count as Cooper Vest fouls one to the third base side. Now Hernandez a strike away from potentially striking out the side. I am not regretful of that decision because I believe that kid got plenty of sugary treats that game. There's a swing and a miss. Cooper Vest down on strikes. And 1-2-3, Devin Hernandez escapes the third and gets the shutdown inning. Send it to the bottom of the third, 2-0 Modesto here on Long Beach Home Team Network and the Coast Media Network. The Long Beach Regulators falling the way of the shutdown inning from Devin Hernandez, who has looked oh so nice in his first 3 innings of work. He's allowed only 3 hits and left 3 stranded, all 3 of those stranded in this shutout top 3. Now Nathan Hemmerling is going to just try and do his job as he waits for some more run support. Gets ball 1 on the leadoff man, Jacob Lejewski, and quickly ball 2 as well. Lejewski flew out to center field to start the Modesto offensive tries back in the bottom of the first. Hemmerling misses high on the fastball and quickly is in a dangerous count. Hemmerling, the 3-0, just scrapes the outside corner. For strike 1, Lejewski has yet to lift the lumber off of his back. Hemmerling into the wind. Fastball, similar spot. It's going to be challenged by Pappas for the first challenge of the game. The 92-mile-per-hour fastball. And it is not going the way of Long Beach. They lose their first challenge as Lejewski gets on base. The way of the walk. The first base on balls issued by Nathan Hemmerling this afternoon. The Regulators 0 for 1 tonight. Last night they were 1 for 2, also losing their initial challenge. Not as many challenges as the Modesto Roadsters used. They used a total of 5, but they ran out of challenges in the 9th, going 0 for 2 after 3 successful challenges right off the jump. First pitch is fouled down the right field line by Max Handren. Hemmerling finally taking a pause here before getting Handren to swing and miss at the breaking ball. Good decision there to play with the timing. Handren, his home run yesterday was his 8th on the season, but it was the first time he hit a home run off of somebody not wearing an Oakland Ballers jersey. All of his 7 previous home runs against the Ballers. Next pitch fouled down the right field line. Handren still went 3 for 5 yesterday with a couple of RBI. He was just a triple away from the cycle. They're waiting for the ball to be retrieved over by the Roadsters bullpen. Hemmerling comes set from the first base side of the rubber, pops off and spin throws over to first. Lejewski back safely. Osiris Johnson in the on-deck circle, followed by Bryce Cannon. Nobody out, and a runner at first here in the bottom of the 3rd. Next pitch missing high and outside on the fastball. Though he does not have a distinct cutter, his four-seam does have a little bit of natural cut to it, ranging from around 90 to 94 miles per hour. The Riverside native sends this one into left field off the bat of Max Handren. Handren is pumped at first, getting his first hit of the day. Lejewski moves up to second. And Osiris Johnson now takes his second plate appearance against the second-year Pioneer Leaguer. Osiris Johnson, he tied up the game with an RBI single in the bottom of the 9th last night, causing Zach Volker's second blown save of this week. First pitch swung on top of a breaking ball. Osiris Johnson down 0-1, and I found out something interesting about Osiris Johnson that maybe you know or don't. He is related to a famous middle infielder. He is the cousin of a particular late 2000s, early 2010s All-Star. This one on the ground to Lena, who gets it over to Jablonski at second, around the horn to first, in time both ways. 2 outs. The lead runner, Lejewski, advances to third in the process. Do you have any guesses as to who?
Could this person's last name also be Johnson?
No.
Well, that does make it difficult.
I'll give you some hints.
He did play for the Dodgers, which got to mention the Dodgers when we're talking about Long Beach, as we are pretty close to Los Angeles. But I would not say that is the primary team that this particular shortstop is known for. Next pitch kicks away from Pappas. He backhands to home. Nathan Hemmerling was there, but the tag is not applied in time on the wild pitch that allows Lejewski to score. 3-0 Modesto, and ball one to Bryce Cannon with 2 outs.
Well, Johnny did exactly what you should do as a catcher there. He dropped down to protect the 5-hole, but the ball had some spin on it, which made it difficult for him to gauge where it was going to go after it hit his chest protector.
Now the bases are clear, and the next pitch breaks right around the knees for a 1-1 count.
Could the answer be Ricky Weeks?
No, but that is a fantastic guess. It's a little bit further towards the East Coast, where I'd say he primarily is known for playing, including a World Series that he won.
He won a World Series, and he was
on the East
someone
Coast.
Who appeared in the World Series.
Yes.
What was he? Someone who appeared in a large way?
I would say he was a key contributor to that offense, as the next pitch is fouled to the third base side.
On the East Coast.
2-2 count to Bryce Cannon, who yesterday went 0 for 2 with 3 walks.
He's not a relative of Robinson Cano. I think he was a 2009 Yankee.
You are in the right vicinity of time.
Is it Jimmy Rollins?
It is.
Jimmy Rollins, wow.
You got it. Next pitch misses low and outside, a 3-2 count. Yes, he is second cousins with Jimmy Rollins. Osiris Johnson, who grounded out into that double play. And now Bryce Cannon takes a free base after a full count and 2 outs. Hemmerling loses the battle. Carries on this bottom of the third. Now Modesto with a 3-0 lead over Long Beach. Justin Boyd now to the plate. Popped out to Cooper Vest at first. Back in the second inning. First pitch misses for ball 1 on the fastball. High and outside. Boyd, a former affiliate leaguer. He checks his swing, but it does not matter. It finds the zone on the breaking pitch. A 1-1 count. Justin Boyd, also a second-round pick from the Cincinnati Reds. Fouls the next pitch. It's a 1-2 count. Hemmerling, again, a strike away from escaping any further damage. The Modesto Roadsters have scored in the past 2 innings. There is that swing and a miss. Hemmerling. Sighs, a bit of a relief as he escapes his 3rd inning of work, but his offense still has some work to do. Jesse Cook will take you through the next 3 innings. When we come back, 3-0 Modesto here on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network.
Rolling back to it for the top of the fourth inning in Modesto. Matthew Bardowell leading off for Long Beach, trailing the Roadsters, who appear in the field with a 3-0 lead. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller. It's still Devin Hernandez pitching for the hometown crew. Bardowell followed by Cuba Bess and Jacob Jablonski. No hits between those three. First pitch to Bardowell hits him off the front shoulder. Hernandez rides high and in. So Bardowell is aboard to lead things off in the top of the fourth inning. The last time a Long Beach batter reached base to lead off a frame was when Eddie Pelk led off the ball game with a single. Cuba Bess struck out to lead off the second. He comes up now. Eddie Pelk then struck out to lead off the third. Righty pitching to a lefty. Bess yesterday went 1 for 4. First pitch misses downstairs for a 1-0 count. And his 2 RBIs were not the biggest factor in that win for the Regulators. His efforts after 9 innings had expired, tied up at 7-7. Ended up being the difference maker. His 4 home runs in the knockout round did exactly that. Next pitch, fastball off the socks for a 2-0 count.
And earlier, Jesse, you mentioned how Devin Hernandez, who's still on the mound for the Roadsters, limits walks. He got his 9th walk issued to the man in the on-deck circle, Jacob Jablonski.
Out of the stretch, misses low and away on the heater.
But he also limits hit by pitches. That was his first hit by pitch he's allowed this season.
And Bardowell, definitely a large frame to work around at 6'4". Now the 3-0 to Bess. Despite the green light for him to swing, he holds back as that misses downstairs for an uncharacteristic multi-walk performance from Devin Hernandez. Jacob Jablonski gets a turn here batting on the left side with runners on first and second. Nobody out, top of the fourth, 3-0 Modesto.
Still fantastic to have 40 innings of work to start off your season, and only now, at the end of the first half, do you get double-digit walks.
Well, now trying to avoid back-to-back free passes. First pitch to Jablonski misses inside and low. 1-0 count. Hernandez now at 41 1/3 total innings. Resettles. Stares at second. Turns home. Misses inside and low. 2-0 count. Catcher Harry Owen takes a moment to chat with his pitcher.
Tonight is a popular night right now. It's a bobblehead night. I'm not sure how many Modesto has this season. It's a Rob Nen bobblehead night. Rob Nen, the former San Francisco Giant and Miami Marlin, who was part of the inaugural Miami Marlins roster in 1993, the expansion draft that also introduced the Colorado Rockies.
We're creeping up on the time when people can go redeem those autographs. The 2-0 to Jablonski misses inside and low. And that's back-to-back 3-0 starts to a plate appearance. The last one ended with Cuba Bess reaching base on a walk. Next pitch. Downstairs for ball 4, however, that is challenged by Modesto's catcher, Harry Owen. And that is confirmed for a ball. Never needing to take the bat off the shoulder. The Regulators have the bases loaded. 9 pitches this inning. None of them have touched the strike zone. Emilio Corona, eyes as big as beach balls, stand ready on the right side.
That was a close call there. That was right under the strike zone for Jablonski. Tried to tie him up there and at least get a strike.
High leg kick. Curveball misses low and outside. 10 pitches, 10 balls. Hernandez sets again. He fires, swinging a pop fly first base side and foul, chasing back first baseman Cannon, but that is over the fence.
That finally breaks up that streak of 10 straight balls.
3-0 Modesto. Their starter struggling at the moment to find the zone, but finally breaking through there, like you said. 1-1 flared over the backstop. 1-2 count.
Especially following such a fantastic inning where he struck out the side. He has 6 strikeouts tonight. That third inning was crucial as well, right after Modesto got their initial lead.
Highlight kick, swinging a pop fly, first base side, foul ground again, this time staying in the yard. Cannon underneath makes the catch. Well, that brings Hernandez closer to escaping this jam. Double play ends the inning. Still, the bases are loaded for Patrick Roche. One away in the top of the fourth inning, 3-0 Modesto. Devin Hernandez, with his 3 walks so far, has tied his season high in that category. It's only the 3rd time that he has issued multiple walks in a game, this being his 7th start. Here he goes. Roche swings and pops this one up first base side. Foul ground again. Cannon feeling for the fence, and he has time again to make the catch. Long Beach has been gifted a bases loaded opportunity and is now an out away from wasting that. Johnny Pappas coming to the dish here, flying out to center last time up. And this would be big for him if he could break through, Joey.
Some might say he's even due right now to not waste this opportunity.
0 for his last 11. Righty pitches to righty. He watches the fastball for a strike, low and inside. This inning began with Matthew Bardowell being hit by the first pitch he saw. Back-to-back 4-pitch walks to Cuba Bess and Jacob Jablonski followed. And they're in danger of being stranded on the bases. Next pitch, a curveball in the dirt on the left side. 1-1 count.
At the very least, you got to show your patience. Make Devin Hernandez pitch to you, which is not that hard of a thing to do because even though he's given up 3 free bases this inning, he attacks the strike zone.
He whirls home, swinging a sharp drive down the left field line, chasing in Liniak. He lays out and he snares it for the catch. Modesto catches a massive break with all-star glove work in left field, and Long Beach strands the bases loaded after starting off with putting those 3 runners on with nobody out. Bottom of the 4th on the way when we return with Regulators Baseball returning on the Home Team Network. After a wasted opportunity for Long Beach, it's the bottom of the 4th inning, 3-0 Modesto. The Regulators load the bases with nobody out and cannot cash in. Nathan Hemmerling dealing with the refuse for the L.B.C. after that. Pitching to Kingston Liniak. First pitch to the righty. He watches a curveball in the dirt. for ball one. And Liniak is a big reason why Long Beach failed to record a run in that incredibly advantageous scenario. Made a diving catch to end the inning. Next pitch forces a swing and miss, low and away. 1-1 count. Johnny Pappas fired off a sharp drive into shallow left field, and Liniak laid out to glove the ball just above the grass. 1-1, high leg kick. Swinging a pop fly behind the plate. Pappas throws off the mask, searching for it next to the netting, and that one is just over the wall. He extended the glove, but it's a trick of the square net behind the plate. Looked like that one might fall his way, but the illusion held for Modesto.
I think it did kick off of his glove. He just couldn't get a good read of it. It would have been an impressive catch.
Well, that went over the net. 1-2, swing and a miss, low and outside. Liniak retired. So there's one away to lead off the bottom of the fourth inning. Still 3-0 Roadsters. Tyler Williams coming up here. He singled back in that big second inning that produced 2 of Modesto's 3 runs. I guess the illusion got us too, because Johnny came close to that one, but it was on the side of the stands, not on the field. First pitch to Williams. Called a ball high and outside on the 90-mile-per-hour fastball. Hemmerling from the windup floats the curveball above the belt. 2-0 count. And while it is a relatively clear Saturday night, the clouds rolling off in the distance, Hemmerling deals again, swing and a miss high and away. While it is generally clear, the lights have been turned on all around modern Woodman Field. Still blue skies overhead. 2-1, swing and a foul pop over the back netting. 2-2 count. That ball kicks down off one of the suites to our right and bounces back down into the seats, where a few fans chase after it. 2-2, here it is. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts issued by Nathan Hemmerling. Back-to-back-to-back, dating to the third. This has been a good day for the K. Hemmerling with 3 in a row for Long Beach, and Devin Hernandez on the other side dealt 6 in his first 3 innings of work, although he made it through the fourth without requiring 3 swings and misses. Dom Rodriguez takes a turn here, righty to righty. Pitch misses in the dirt. 1-0 count. Home plate umpire and crew chief Ricardo Rodriguez takes a trot for that baseball as it escaped to the backstop and lightly chides the bat boy after going for that one himself. I suppose that's understandable. 1-0 from the windup. This one swung on and popped up. Shallow center field, Emilio Corona trotting over, and he makes the catch. 1-2-3, go the Roadsters in the bottom of the fourth inning. We've got the Cook Quiz on the other side of a break with the Coast Regulators tonight. Coming up with the top of the order on the other side on the Home Team Network. Top of the fifth inning on the docket at Modern Woodman Field in Modesto, California. The Roadsters leading 3-0. Long Beach trotting back up to the plate here with the top of the order. Eddie Pelk has been the leadoff man in every game for the Regulators this season, and every time he's made his way to the plate, he's been the leadoff man in the inning. Here he is against the righty, Devin Hernandez. The pitch to the southpaw. He swings, corkscrews a deep drive to left field. Kingston Liniak hanging up for it in front of the warning track, and he makes the catch. Left fielder flying out to left fielder on that play. We're getting to the Cook quiz for today's game, and this is the former home of the Modesto Nuts, whose affiliated tenure ended last season, and Hernandez has started yelling at the Long Beach dugout, specifically at Eddie Pelk, waving his hands at him and shouting. Home plate umpire, the crew chief, Ricardo Rodriguez, jumping in the way of them. This has been a contentious series. We almost saw JT Snow blow a gasket yesterday arguing a call in the left field corner. He's the manager for Modesto, so tensions are high in the last series of the first half. Righty pitches to righty. First pitch to Dylan Lena. Curveball for a strike at the belt. But back to the Cook quiz. The Modesto Nuts were an affiliated club from 1948 to 2025 with a few different organizations. Next pitch bounced foul to the left side. Mariners were the latest one. It started off independent in 1946 and 47, but St. Louis Browns, Pittsburgh Pirates, Milwaukee Braves, New York Yankees, Houston Colt 45s, Kansas City Athletics, St. Louis Cardinals, Oakland Athletics, Colorado Rockies, and the Mariners for the last 8 years. Lena fouls off the 0-2 pitch. But we're wondering which minor league club has enjoyed the longest affiliation with the same major league team. 0-2. Lena cuts and misses. 7th strikeout for Hernandez. 2 away, top of the 5th inning. We will get the answer in the bottom of the 5th. Cooper Vest taking a turn here on the left side now for the Regulators. He singled back in the first inning, but never made it further than first base. From the stretch. Fastball misses low and inside, 1-0 count. Hernandez shrugs and deals. Vest swings and pops that one foul on the ground. 1-1 count. One and one. Inside and low. It's a 2-1 count. So when you think of long-standing minor league affiliations, the first one that popped into my head was the Red Sox affiliate, because I grew up going to Pawtucket Red Sox games, but they don't count for this one because they moved to the Worcester Red Sox. 2-1, swing and a miss. So this does not count teams that change their location, I guess.
They have to have stayed at the same city confines, not necessarily the same field.
Correct. 2-2. Vest pops this one up third base side. Waiting underneath, Jacob Lejewski, the shortstop, has it. 1-2-3 go the Regulators for the second time this game. The first time was also the top of the order, much like that. Still 3-0 Modesto as we move on to the bottom of the 5th, with Regulators baseball returning on the Home Team Network. Hey again from Modesto, California, here at Modern Woodman Field. 3-0 Roadsters lead, and Modesto is coming up to the plate. Long Beach in the field. The Regulators held hitless for their last 6 batters. The starter, Nathan Hemmerling, trying to deal with it here against Harry Owen, who leads off the bottom of the 5th inning. Righty-righty affair. From the windup, fastball called a strike. Down at the knees at 89 miles per hour. Owen grounded out into a double play last time up. Next pitch, he swings and batters that to third on the ground. Dylan Lena picks it, sidearms to first. It's offline, but Cooper Vest reaches for it for out number 1. Vest having to switch sides of the body to make that play. Held out his right gloved hand, waiting for it close to the second base, and had to lean out over the foul line to ultimately make the catch. Here comes the top of the order, and Jacob Lejewski. He's 0 for 1, flying out to lead off the home half of the game and walking last time up. From the windup, righty pitches to righty and drops the curve just too high above the belt buckle for ball 1. One and 0 count. Fastball down the pipe. 1-1 after that. Lejewski, 2 for 6 in the series. He swings at this one and drives it to straightaway center field, but not deep enough. Emilio Corona in front of the track makes the catch. 2 away here in the bottom of the 5th inning. These teams are threatening to trade 1-2-3 frames unless Max Handren can do anything about it. He digs in on the left side. He singled to left last time up, grounding out to first base in the 1st inning. Yesterday, he began his day with a home run to dead center. From the windup, the lefty swings and fouls that over the backstop. 0-1 count.
Now Handren is 8 for 15 when he's playing Long Beach here in his home park. He has been absolutely murderous.
Hemmerling winds home and misses low and away. The Cal Baptist product on the mound, dealing to a Cal alum. 1-1. And the former Golden Bear fouls that one off to the left side. 1-2 count. We're still thinking about the Cook quiz. We're wondering which minor league team has enjoyed the longest affiliation with the same major league club. Hemmerling sets with the black glove at his eyes. Time called it home. We've got to get the answer here. There are 2 answers, I will tell you. 1 team in the American, 1 team in the National League. Both relatively ancient organizations at the major league level. Both of these teams still affiliated. 1-2. Backs him off the plate inside and low.
Do you have the number of years?
Both of these teams came about with the affiliation in 1967. Next pitch, inside again for ball 3.
I don't know if that helps or hinders the guess that I have.
One of these teams for the American League Club is at the single A level currently. 3-2, dribbled foul to the right side. The other team, the National League system, I believe, is high A. Let me double check on that. Next pitch, flared out into left field for a knock. 2 outs and 2 strikes, and no problem for Max Handren as he pushes himself aboard there. One of these teams, I believe, is Double A. Now it's Osiris Johnson. First pitch. Watches it low and outside for a ball.
So both of these teams are still active then?
Yes.
And both of these teams are both still affiliated?
Yes. Longest active affiliation with the same major league team. 1-0. Fastball for a strike, high and away.
Well, that would eliminate my guess. I was thinking in terms of Pioneer League history.
Both of these teams, their affiliates at least, are on the East Coast. Next one, low and outside, 2-1 count. The American League team is in the Central. The National League team is in the East.
I was going to say the Billings Mustangs for 47 years with the Cincinnati Reds.
That would not be long enough. Next pitch, bounced out right side with the hit and run. Hendren slowed up to watch the ball go by, but he still heads for third, and there are men on the corners. For Modesto, ahead 3-0 with 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. Bryce Cannon has not been retired yet today, reaching on a single to third in the second and a walk last time up. Hemmerling asks for a new baseball. And with that pearl in hand, he resettles. So there have been 2 outs for a long time here, Joe. We got to get your guesses.
Well, that was my guess, and it's wrong. Because I'm thinking historically for the Pioneer League, Billings Mustangs, one of the longest active Pioneer League teams.
This pitch, belted to deep left center field, hanging up. Emilio Corona chasing, he makes the catch. The answers are the Reading Fightin' Phils and the Philadelphia Phillies. They're at the Double-A level, and the Lakeland Flying Tigers with the Detroit Tigers. That's the Single-A team. We head to a break, top of the 6th inning, on the way with Regulators baseball trailing 3-0 on the Home Team Network. Rolling back to it here in Modesto, California, with a 3-0 lead for the hometown crew, the Roadsters. But Long Beach comes up to the plate with Matthew Bardowell leading off the top of the 6th inning. Righty-righty affair with Devin Hernandez on the bump. He fires. Bardowell swings at the first pitch and flies it to right center field, hanging up there for Justin Boyd to make the catch, racing over from right.
He almost overshot that. That was a swing that kind of jammed Bardowell as well. It had some late cut arm side run in on the righty hitter who was looking inside fastball, and had that not cut at the last second, that would have been gone.
Makes room for Cuba Bass at the plate. He walked in the 4th inning after striking out in the 2nd. Hernandez, brown glove at the belt, comes set and kicks up high. Fastball at 93 miles per hour, misses downstairs and away for a 1-0 count. Best 1 for 5 so far in this series. Home plate umpire Ricardo Rodriguez hops out from behind his station to chat with the pitcher and the batter. There have been some charged words shared between these teams. Devin Hernandez has been at the epicenter of a lot of it. Here he goes home. Called a strike low and away. Cuba Best immediately challenges. He had already dropped his bat by the time the pitch came in, and he tends to be right about these things. Also playing as a catcher, and he's got a watchful eye. He's correct there. That strike call is overturned according to the ABS TrackMan system. So it's a 2-0 count for Bess.
And that was a good protest there because, like you said, he had one hand on the bat even before the ball left Devin Hernandez's hand. PA announcer just clarifying for the second time that it has been overturned. Now Long Beach 1 for 2 on challenges tonight, but perhaps just playing with the emotions of Hernandez on the mound.
2-0. Fastball by the ankles for ball 3, and Hernandez is one bad spell away from his highest number of walks in a single game this season, which is astonishing as it would only be number 4 on the ball game. He rears back and winds the fastball in for a strike at the knees. 3-1 count. Cuba Bess has barely needed to lift the bat off his shoulder. He struck out on 3 pitches in the second, but it took only 4 to walk him last time up. He swings, tears that one up the middle into center field, and Long Beach has its first hit since the second inning. 1 away, 1 on, 3-0 Roadsters in the top of the 6th.
Coming to the plate, number 27,
Jacob Jablonski, the switch hitter, batting on the left side, now taking his turn. Well, Bess has barely needed to lift the bat off his shoulder up until that swing there. Jablonski really has had no need. He's seen 9 pitches, only 1 has been a strike, contributing to 2 free passes. The pitch to the second baseman. He watches the curveball land for a strike, low and away. 0-1 count. Out of the stretch. That pitch in the dirt. Jablonski, who went 1 for 3 yesterday, drove in a run, scored a run, and also reached on a walk.
Starting to bump up that base on balls total. Typically he likes to get something off of his bat, but now has 24 on the season.
The pitch, lone outside. 2-1 count. In the third-year Pioneer Leaguer, he likes to get a good jump on his pitches. That's helped him to his team lead in doubles at 17, but he's had a very watchful eye this week. Highlight kick again. He swings, chops that one first base side and on the ground into right field. Best takes a big turn around second. He's on his way to the hot corner. Relay to the infield, heads to second base, and that keeps Jablonski where he is on first. Men on the corners for Long Beach, and for the second time, the third time in this game, the Regulators have a runner on third base.
When Cuba Bess was running around second, he paused for a second. He was a little hesitant, but he committed to it and headed to third, and I'm sure he's glad he did now. The Regulators, a chance to break this shutout.
Emilio Corona, 0 for 2, digs in on the right side. First pitch, he swings and pops this one up, foul, first base side. Bryce Cannon chasing, but running out of room. That is a copy and paste instance of how Corona began his last at-bat and how he ended it as well. He popped one foul out of play, popped another one foul that Cannon caught. That was in the 4th inning to start the 3 straight batters that stranded the bases loaded. 0-1. He cuts and misses over the slider, low and away. 0-2 count.
Corona tried to follow that pitch as it curved and went down to a little bit of a squat, trying to just get contact off of that one, but didn't.
Out of the stretch again. Slider misses high and away. 1-2 count. Long Beach has yet to be shut out in its inaugural season, but currently stand with an uncracked egg on the board. 1-2 pitch, popped foul to the right side and out of play. 3-0 Modesto, top of the 6th inning. Tying run at the plate in the Regulators' leading home run hitter tied with Cuba Bess, Emilio Corona. Both of them with 13. By the way, Jacob Jablonski, who's on first, is right behind them with 12. Bess, a tight lead off of third. Next pitch to Corona, misses low and away on the fastball. Count moves to 2-2. Middle infielders playing at double play depth. 2-2. Check swing on the slider, low and away. Corona holds up, so the count is full. Emilio, along with Eddie Pelk and Anthony Mata, left yesterday's game as the only members of the Regulators with multiple hits. He went 2 for 4. Next pitch, swing and a miss. Goes down, chasing once again. That's the 52nd time he's been retired by way of the K this season, most on the roster. They're 2 away with men on the corners for Long Beach. 3-0 Modesto in the top of the 6th. Patrick Roche standing as the only person in the way of another wasted opportunity for Long Beach. High leg kick. Fastball misses downstairs. The Regulators have now sent 5 men to the plate before Roche here with a runner on third. And they are 0 for 5 in that scenario. Since June 19th, this team has been pretty good with runners in scoring position. Next pitch, a curveball that Roche watches, low and away, 2-0 count. In the first 27 games of the season, the L.B.C. batted just .293 with runners on second or third. That's pretty good, but since then, it's .348. Incalculably high, almost. The 2-0. Misses low and outside. I'd say incalculably for serious, except for the fact that we did calculate it.
And that was also a great stop there by Owen, who not only took that on the backhand, but kind of casually reached across himself, didn't even try to block it. He was confident that it was going to find his glove.
3-0 pitch to Roche. He lays off the fastball by the shoulders, and for the first time this season, Devin Hernandez has walked 4 batters. The bases are loaded for Long Beach with the top of the order on deck. Johnny Pappas, who has appeared with a runner on third already twice in this game, comes up again. Maybe third time is in fact the charm, but he'll have to wait a moment. Here comes a mound visit for Modesto.
Couple of season highs, like you just mentioned, the base on balls with 4. Also, just a couple batters ago, getting his 8th strikeout. It's the 3rd time he's done that this season, tying a season high. But he has never not made it past the 6th inning. This is a starter for JT Snow who goes the distance, who goes length, and has gone as far as getting through the 8th inning. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point this rookie finds himself in a complete game scenario. Might be tonight, might not, unless he can get out of this jam. He's put himself into a couple of those jams, but he proved himself after allowing 3 straight free bases and evading damage by some miracle, getting 2 batters to foul out to the first baseman, and then getting a fly out on a great catch by Kingston Liniak back in the 4th. That is an inning I'm looking to right now. That was right after Modesto took the 3-0 lead. That is still on the board right now, heading into this top of the 6th. So that's an inning to look to right now, and a fantastic performance for Hernandez.
First pitch to Johnny Pappas. Misses low and outside for ball 1. Trying to battle against this rookie. High leg kick. He swings and misses. It's a 1-1 count. Last time up, Pappas sent a laser beam into left field, but Kingston Liniak went diving for it and made the catch to strand the bases loaded. Pappas with an opportunity for redemption here. He throws, checks his swing. Ball skips away from the catcher, Owen, and that brings home Long Beach's first run. Cuba Best scoring from third. On that wild pitch, everybody moves up. And Johnny Pappas checked his swing. However, first base umpire Blake Dempsey says he went around. So that is strike 2. But it is 3-1 Modesto.
It's also the first time in 11 innings that Hernandez has even allowed a run. His last start, he had 5 scoreless frames and started this game with 5 scoreless frames, allowing 10 hits across those 10 innings. And now falls finally.
Righty-righty affair with Pappas crowding the plate. 2 away, top the 6th. 3-1 Modesto. Next pitch, he swings, dribbles that one towards third, charging from the hot corner. Handren, he throws across the diamond just in time. Long Beach finally scratches one onto the board. 3-1 Modesto, your score as we move on to the bottom of the 6th inning with Regulators baseball returning on the Home Team Network. Night rolling on in Modesto, but maybe not midnight for the Long Beach Regulators, who finally put a run across the board in the top half of this frame. Now in the bottom of the 6th, it's 3-1 Roadsters, with Justin Boyd leading off, Kingston Liniak behind him, and Tyler Williams due up third. The right-hander Nathan Hemmerling fires a first pitch curveball for a strike at 83 miles per hour. Righty-righty affair. Hemmerling settles in again, black glove drop to his belt, and turns home. Fastball misses low and away. 1-1 count for Boyd, who has yet to leave the infield, popping out to first base in the second inning and striking out swinging to end the third. Next pitch floats in at the belt for strike 2. Hemmerling trying for his 5th start of at least 6 innings. That would be his maximum. Here he goes again. Swing and a miss downstairs. The Cal Baptist product on the bump, retiring his 4th batter of the game. The first happened to be Boyd. The second was Kingston Liniak, who comes up here. And the third was, guess who, on deck, Tyler Williams. The cornflower blue skies overhead, pierced by the LEDs. Over top of Hemmerling as he deals the first pitch to Liniak, a curveball that misses high and away. 1-0 count. Liniak is 1 for 2, singling in the second. Hemmerling sidesteps home. Fastball misses up high. We talked about it earlier, but Liniak made a crucial play the first time that Long Beach loaded the bases. Back in the 4th inning with 2 outs, he made a diving catch to save the runs. Next pitch fouled back, and it hits Johnny Pappas in the mask. He drops down onto his back and is staying there. Here comes trainer Corinne Halley. She races to Pappas, who is covering his face with his hands at the moment. He took a foul ball off the mask yesterday, and that looked scary. And this one looks to be a little bit more shaking. He is laying on his back and now rolling back to a sitting position. Now he's on his feet. The raucous applause behind him. Very glad that he is up and moving that quickly after taking a rough foul ball to the mask. I'll tell you, it doesn't matter how much padding there is, what type of mask you wear. A foul ball to the face, it hurts no matter what. No matter how much of a cushion you have in between the baseball and your head, no matter what type of material makes up the hard part of your helmet.
Now the athletic trainer is testing him for potential concussion right now.
That's right, have him follow her fingers.
That would not be fantastic to have the second everyday catcher to leave, but he's going to stay there.
Yeah, Pappas staying in the game after passing concussion protocol, and this Long Beach training staff does a fantastic job. Steve Tubner not on the trip this time. Corinne Halley been on the last couple road trips, and of course at every home game doing an elite effort there. Pappas stays in. It's a 2-1 count for Liniak. Next pitch, he swings and fouls that over the backstop. 2-2, one away, bottom of the sixth inning. Bases empty for a Modesto team that leads 3-1. Hemmerling into the windup. Swinging a sharp pop-up behind short, chasing over Patrick Roche, makes the catch. 2 away now in the sixth inning. Tyler Williams taking a turn now. Keeping tabs on the race for first place. We're checking elsewhere around the Pioneer League, and the Billings Mustangs are giving the Coast, the Regulators tonight, no help, leading 15-6 in Idaho Falls. This pitch to Williams, bounced out to short, gloved by Roche. He sidearms to first for the 1-2-3 inning. Billings a half game behind Long Beach, but likely tying them up with a win today. The Regulators need to win to avoid falling behind Billings with a loss. We'll be back in the top of the seventh inning with the top of the order due up for the L.B.C. and Joey Miller back on the play-by-play to take you home on the Home Team Network.
Final 3 innings here on this final ninth game of the first half. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook from the press box here in Modesto, California at Modern Woodman Field. Eddie Pelk will lead things off against a new arm, the lefty Johan Castillo, who winds and fires. In there for strike one to Pelk, who is 1 for 3 this afternoon. We saw Castillo finish out the ninth inning last night in a very brief 1-2-3 appearance as he gets ball one high to Eddie Pelk, who led off the offensive tries for the Long Beach Regulators in the first with a single. He was caught stealing around the base paths. Next pitch kicks out of the glove of Owen. It's a 2-1 count. Devin Hernandez's day is done after 6 innings of work. That's his season low, which is still quite impressive for the first-year rookie in the Pioneer League. Next pitch, a fastball below the knees. Now a 3-1 count on Eddie Pelk, holding his bat high and looking on to the lefty. This one right off the end of the bat, and a diving catch from Osiris Johnson, saving a leadoff single with a Herculean leap on the edge of the outfield grass for out number 1.
Coming to the plate, number 12, Dylan Lena.
Fantastic play there by Osiris Johnson. Brings up Dylan Lena now. who's 0 for 3, all strikeouts from Devin Hernandez. 3 of his 8 on the day, tying a season high. And Lena starts off this at-bat from the lefty with a swing and a miss. Lena struck out against Castillo last night in 4 pitches. Next time, check swings, and he does not go around like Dempsey says at first base. It's a 1-1 count. Castillo last night needed only 9 pitches to finish out the top of the 9th. Next pitch misses for ball 2, and that is what led to the comeback rally for his Roadsters, scoring 2 off of Volker in the bottom of the 9th, leading to the knockout round. Castillo, one of 3 fantastic bullpen arms for the Roadsters, as a breaking ball misses outside for ball 3. Dylan Lena now in the driver's seat. The 5th pitch just misses, or rather hits inside for strike 2. Cutting inside to the righty, who is in his 9th game, 9th professional game with Long Beach. Fouls the next pitch off to the first base side. And of his initial 8 games, he's had a hit in 6 of them. He's going to need one tonight to carry on that positive trend, but he swings and misses, and there's the golden sombrero. 4 strikeouts for Dylan Lena this afternoon. Now Cooper Vest to the plate. He is 1 for 3, breaking a hitless streak of 7 at-bats in his very first tonight against Devin Hernandez. He was one of the 5 hits that they got off the righty starter for Modesto. Hernandez with a 3-1 lead is in line for the victory should the lead hold, but it is only a 2-run advantage as the first pitch clips the edge of the zone outside on this lefty-to-lefty battle. It's an 0-1 count to Vest as he sends the next ball on the ground, picked out of the dirt by Osiris Johnson on to first in time for out number 3. Another 0 on the board for the Long Beach Regulators, only having scored in 1 of their initial 7 offensive frames. Sending us into stretch time, 3-1 Modesto. You're listening to Long Beach Regulators Baseball on Home Team Network and the Coast Media Network. Just after stretch time, bottom of the 7th, it's 3-1 still in favor of Modesto, trying to tie up the series after the knockout round victory for the Long Beach Regulators, who return in the alternate identity tonight on this Saturday night. It'll be Dom Rodriguez, Harry Owen, and Jacob Lejewski, all righties, to face off against Nathan Hemmerling, who's back on the mound here in the 7th. Gets a called strike 1 on Rodriguez, the DH. Next breaking ball fouled off, right field side, an 0-2 count, and Hemmerling has retired the past 4 in a row. a clean 6th, now just above 90 pitches, that being his 91st. Percival wants him to hold on right now as his team tries to provide him some run support. There's a swing and a miss for the 5th strikeout of the night for Hemmerling, and that now is his season high, 6 1/3 innings pitched as he breaks his way into the 7th with still plenty of work to be done. Harry Owen now to the plate, 0 for 2, grounded out into an inning-ending double play back in the 2nd. Fouls this one first base side and over the net for strike 1 on the fastball.
This is also the 6th time this season that Hemmerling has tossed at least 5 strikeouts.
Next pitch fouled off, same side, an 0-2 count. And for Hemmerling tonight, in his 6 prior innings of work, he's only allowed runs in 2 of those 6. He's had 3 straight zeros on the board, waiting for the Regulators' bats to wake up. They scored their first run of the game back in the top of the 6th, but then were shut down by Johan Castillo just last half inning. Next pitch breaks outside to the righty. Misses for ball 1. Slow rock and fire. This one sent through into left field for the first hit of this 7th inning. It's the first hit since the 5th. And now a base runner for Hemmerling. And here comes Percival. I think he was just waiting to see if he would allow a base runner on, but with some action in the bullpen, this might be it for Hemmerling. The infield drawn in. And we're going to wait. Yes, there will be a new arm, a righty coming in. I believe I know who that is, but we'll confirm on the other side of the break. 3-1 Modesto here in the bottom of the 7th. We'll be right back. Into the bottom of the 7th with 1 out. Nathan Hemmerling pulled in exchange for Steven Ordorica, the La Puente native, and the Submariner making his first appearance in this series. Fires on to the righty, Jacob Lejewski, for strike 1. It's going to be challenged. And it's likely going to go the way of the shortstop for Modesto. It does. That is the first successful challenge on the night for Modesto, who had 3 successful challenges last night. Now 1 for 2, Modesto tonight, and a 1-0 count is how Ordorica starts off his night. Last couple of appearances, he's gone 2 innings and given up 2 runs. He misses again, low, for ball 2. There's a runner at first, Harry Owen, who got a single off of Nathan Hemmerling. That was his 8th issued. There's a quick throw back to first. It's in time. Harry Owen was caught sleeping on the nice pickoff move from Ordorica, clearing up the bases with the second out of this inning. And now Ordorica, all he has to do is focus on Lejewski, who's 0 for 2 tonight. Both times flying out to center field as he gets this one out to center field. It's caught for out number 3, and it holds the line 3-1 after a scoreless 7th. 2 more innings to go in this Saturday night contest. Modesto leading. We'll be right back on the Home Team Network and the Coast Media Network. Into the 8th we go, and a new arm on the mound for JT Snow and the Modesto Roadsters, who lead 3-1. It'll be Bardwell, Bess, and Jablonski, and it's kind of a rinse-repeat scenario for the bullpen thus far. Blake Smith, the righty, on the mound, following Johan Castillo. Maybe a flip of what happened last night, and if that trend follows, then we'll see Dawson Goins in the 9th. But Castillo gets 14 pitches to get out of the 7th. Ordorica escapes damage in the bottom of the 7th, and now Bardwell sends a 1-0 pitch down to the third baseman, Handren. A nice pick out of the dirt from Cannon. It's in time for out number 1. That is now 5 straight retired from the past 3 arms on the mound. Hernandez, that finished out the 6th, his 6th inning of work. Castillo, a clean frame in the 7th, and now Cuba Bess to the plate, trying to break that trend. He was one of the last back-to-back hits for Long Beach, 5 on the night. So he takes strike 1. Blake Smith last night dealt a clean inning in the 8th, the very same frame that we're in right now. Struck out 2, that bottom of the lineup, with Corona, Mata, and Pappas. Next pitch softly hit, a swinging bunt to third. Handren is not going to have a play. Bess beats it up the line for an infield single. And gets his second hit of the game as well.
Solid work from Vest there, because you don't need great contact to put yourself aboard, but he hustled right out of the box. Some guys, when they hit those weak ground balls, they just figure, I'm done for anyway, but he made it very close. Vest doing great work there to get aboard.
Jablonski could rinse-repeat himself from the last time he followed Cuba Bass. Got a single his last time up. Takes a mighty hack at that breaking ball at 77. Was looking for something faster on the first pitch. And it's strike 1 on the second baseman for Long Beach in their Regulators garb. Next pitch, another breaking ball just on the outside part of the zone. And it's an 0-2 count for Jablonski, the third-year Pioneer League player, the middle infielder for the past 2 years with the Idaho Falls Chuckers. Next pitch taken below the knees. He walked 2 times and then got himself aboard with his first official at-bat of the night. He is 1 for 1, has reached all 3 prior plate appearances. Smith holds for a second and then heads to the plate, gets a swing and a miss. Jablonski down on strikes. That is the 10th strikeout of the game for Long Beach. The offense as a total. Emilio Corona is going to try and keep this inning alive with a runner at first and now 2 outs. Corona was a strikeout victim the last time he was up. 0 for 3 thus far. The blonde bat contrasting his black uniform, fouling the first pitch off over the first base net. Battled with a 7-pitch at-bat against Hernandez the last time he was up. But it did not fall his way. He was the final strikeout on Devin Hernandez's 8K night, the season high. Breaking ball misses below the knees for ball 1, and that was kind of a trend earlier in, I'd say, late May, early June for Long Beach. They had a lot of struggles with the curveball, but since the second part of the first half, they've been able to get on a lot of those, as there's a line drive sent into center field for a base hit, the first on the night for Corona.
And he did it battling off a high inside curveball there.
Kind of proving my point there. Thanks, Emilio. Patrick Roche now to the plate with a runner in scoring position, trailing by 2, the trail runner, and the fastest, arguably, for Long Beach, representing the tying run. Roche is 1 for 2 with a walk. He was left stranded in scoring position on that walk back in the 6th. There are still 2 outs. Osiris Johnson working right behind the Keystone bag. The right side of the infield, a big gap, as they're playing with the shift for the righty hitter, who takes the first pitch low for ball 1. Took a 4-pitch walk the last time he was at the plate. The middle infielder looks on. And now the 1-0. Curveball right at the knees. Watches that one go by for strike 1, and now he can swing at something he likes. As has been the trend for Smith. He's really going at it with the curveball. The 1-1. There's the curveball again. This time missing inside, but Roche is going to challenge it. Long Beach is 1 for 2 with their challenges, so a risky move, but it's going to pay off for Patrick Roche. The second successful challenge in a row for the Regulators. Now a 2-1 count for number 21. Good call there, as that missed just inside and below the knees. It can be tough to call those curveballs. PA announcer here just clarifying. And now we can get back into action here. 2 outs, runners at first and second. Bess at second, Corona trailing behind him. 3-1 Modesto is the score. The pitch to Roche, fastball on the corner outside, missing for ball 3, and now a hitter's count for Roche. Last game Roche played, he got a couple of RBI, including an RBI double in Thursday night's 13-4 victory over the Freebirds. And now the next pitch, he's going to foul to the right side by the bullpen, of which there is some action. The Long Beach bullpen, that is.
Looks like Jackson Bird is stretching while somebody else is warming up out there.
Might be, no, that's not a double barrel bullpen. I don't think you can do a double barrel bullpen.
It is. There are 2 plates and two mounts.
But it does not appear to be the case here. This one sent down the right field line and foul into the other bullpen for the Roadsters. No, I was wrong. There is 2 in the bullpen.
David Whittle is catching one pitcher while assistant coach A.J. Crapo is doing so for the other, but one of the balls has escaped onto the field of play. And there goes Jackson Bird. Oh, my goodness.
Some wacky antics from the rookie out of UC Riverside, who we might see.
That was efficient. That was his 40-yard dash must be immaculate. He went sliding for that baseball and was back on the field in moments.
Showing off his agility. Now a full count again to Roche. Cuts inside, and it loads up the bases for Johnny Pappas. Pappas was looking a little shaken up after a foul ball hit him square in the face, the mask, when he was behind the plate. He had this exact opportunity back in the 4th with the bases loaded and 2 outs. That was the first big opportunity.
He's batted with a runner on third now 3 times in this game.
Fouls off the first pitch towards the on-deck circle where Eddie Pelk stands.
He is now batting 107 with runners in scoring position on the season with his 0 for 3 line at this point in the game.
Everything off his bat tonight thus far. 2 to the outfield. The last one, an inning-ending ground out to the third baseman, Handren. Next pitch hits the corner part of the plate on the 89-mile-per-hour fastball from Smith. An 0-2 count for Pappas. Trying to make some magic happen with a tying run in scoring position. Smith, the 0-2. Curveball sent into left center field. It falls. 2 runs will score for the Regulators, and it's a tie ball game. Patrick Roche goes first to third. There's a mishandle, and the error allows Pappas to advance to second. Couple of RBIs for Pappas. That is his first hit in 13 at-bats. And at long last, Pappas has a smile on his face. Tying up the ball game at 3 apiece here in the top of the 8th.
Made his way to second there on the throwing error in left field. But even if he had stopped at first, I don't think anybody could wipe the smile from underneath that mustache.
Right now, that's got to feel really good. He has not had a hit since Wednesday against the Freebirds. And now Eddie Pelk is going to try and drive in the go-ahead run off of Smith, who is still on the mound for the time being. Pelk is going to be intentionally walked to load up the bases once more. Pappas at second. Patrick Roche came around first to third. And now Dylan Lena, who is 0 for 4 tonight with 4 strikeouts, is going to try and turn his line around. But before that, JT Snow comes out to snag the ball from his reliever. And that's going to do it for Smith. We'll see who the new arm for the Roadsters is when we come back. 3-all is the score after the 2-run single. Johnny Pappas tying up this contest here in the top of the 8th. We'll be right back on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. JT Snow has seen enough after the Long Beach Regulators come from behind and tie up this contest at 3 apiece. Johnny Pappas breaking a hitless streak of 13 at-bats, getting the game-tying 2-run single, and now Dylan Lena has another fantastic opportunity with 2 outs. Bases loaded, left by Blake Smith. His line not complete. He got the first 2 outs of this inning, struck out 1, walked 2, and now Dylan Lena is going to try and punch across the go-ahead run for the Regulators in their late attempt to try and take this series. The first pitch misses high from the new arm on the mound, the righty Aaron Moreno, the closer for Modesto. He gets strike 1 on the 93-mile-per-hour fastball, and Aaron Moreno, this is his 17th appearance. He has a 3-1 record with 2 saves, a sub-5 ERA in 21 innings pitched, and now this one out to Handren. He steps on third, records the 3rd out, and there go the dramatics. But Johnny Pappas does the job, gets 2 across for the Regulators, tying it up. Heading into the bottom of the 8th, it is 3-all. We'll be right back with a new arm on the mound for the Regulators. Looks to be a lefty when we come back on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. New arm on the mound for the Long Beach Regulators with a new sign of life. Johnny Pappas tying up the game with an RBI single. Scored 2 runs off of Blake Smith. It's 3-all into the bottom of the 8th. And Max Handren, who ended that inning before the go-ahead run could punch across, will start things off against Gary Grosjean on the mound, who misses outside for ball 1. Gary Grosjean came into this season as a starter, now finds a bit more of a role from the pen. In his 2nd professional season, this next pitch fouled off to the left side for the left-hander, Max Handren, who is 2 for 3 tonight. Grosjean, his 7th appearance of the season, misses on that one. On the off speed, it's a 2-1 count. Grosjean holds and fires. This one fouled back towards Pappas, who now has to get back to work behind the plate after the adrenaline is rushing through him, I'm sure. Pappas and Grosjean were battery mates last year with the Idaho Falls Chuckers. Grosjean gets a new baseball. Grosjean, a 2-1 record, and should things continue to fall the way of the Long Beach Regulators, he might add another W, as this one's on the ground and through into right field. for a leadoff single. That is 3 straight singles for Max Handren, who now has 6 hits in his 9 at-bats of the first 2 games of this series. He has been the biggest threat to Long Beach. In the final series of this first half, Osiris Johnson now to the plate. 1 for 3, a single his last time up. Grosjean comes set. And now fires a fastball right past the former affiliate. It's an 0-1 count as he swings and misses at the 93-mile-per-hour fastball upstairs. Quick pitch on the curveball outside. Osiris Johnson follows it all the way into the glove of Pappas for a 1-1 count. Lefty Cannon in the on-deck circle as there's another swing and a miss. Osiris Johnson swinging out of his shoes there. He's going to have to collect himself. He might actually be hurt. Maybe not. He was holding onto his arm there for a second. Perhaps just based on that mighty swing there. Nothing connected. Now a 1-2 count. There's the slider. That catches Osiris Johnson swinging and missing. Gary Grosjean gets out number 1. Great horizontal break to absolutely fool Osiris Johnson, who tosses his bat as he enters the dugout. Bryce Cannon to the plate. The first baseman is 1 for 2 with a walk tonight. Sends one on a frozen rope up the middle. It falls in front of Corona, who has it as forward momentum prevents Handren from advancing anywhere past second, station to station on the second hit of this bottom of the 8th. Justin Boyd now has the go-ahead run in scoring position. The Roadsters had the lead since the bottom of the 2nd. When they got ahead 2-0, scored 1 more in the very next inning after Devin Hernandez started the offense off with 5 straight scoreless innings for Long Beach. Shutout was broken in the 6th. As the first pitch cuts inside to the righty batter for ball 1. The right fielder 0 for 3 with a pair of Ks. Grosjean cuts even further inside, getting Boyd to evade that one. That duster misses for ball 2. Grosjean last year was the everyday ace, or the common ace for the Idaho Falls Chuckers, who made it all the way to the PBL championship. Now this one in the air, softly towards center field. Jablonski has it. Finds his glove, keeps everybody put. And that's out number 2. Kingston Liniak. It's the last hope to prevent a shutdown inning and a big momentum push for the Long Beach Regulators. In a tie ball game at 3 apiece here. Grosjean steps on the rubber. First base side. Finds a sign he likes from Pappas. The first pitch to Liniak breaks into the zone for strike 1. Liniak, a single in the second run of the game scored for the Roadsters when they first got on the board off of Nathan Hemmerling, the starter, who is going to get the no decision tonight. Next pitch, outside, pops out of the glove of Pappas. Both runners advance on what I'm going to assume is the pass ball. We'll await the official result, but for the time being, now 2 runners in scoring position. He did swing, actually, so it is an 0-2 count. There's a swing and a miss on the slider. Grosjean is hyped up as he leaves two stranded in scoring position to keep the game tied heading into the ninth. 3-all is the score, and the last three offensive outs for the Long Beach Regulators will come up when we come back. Aaron Moreno will take the mound once more here on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. Ninth inning dramatics. 3-all after Gary Grosjean gets the shutdown inning. Long Beach tied it up in the top of the 8th. And now in the top of the 9th, it's going to be Cooper Vest, Matthew Bardowell, and Cuba Bess to try and punch across the go-ahead and prevent this game getting into extracurriculars as it did last night. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook, Aaron Moreno is on the mound for the Roadsters to try and get the hold here. As the first pitch is sent into right field, Cooper Vest leads things off on a first pitch single, his second hit of the day. A great start here for the first baseman. A pinch runner coming in. It's Anthony Mata, who will represent the go-ahead run.
And Vest will likely return to the game defensively in place of Mata, but there might be some reshuffling, as that is arguably one of the best defensive players in the entire Pioneer League, pinch running there.
Very possible, but right now the job needs to get done, and Matthew Bardowell can certainly do that. He is hitless tonight thus far, 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch. Came around to third in an inning that loaded up the bases with 0 outs. Takes a curveball for strike one. And then the next 3 were retired in order. That kept things the way of the Roadsters for those middle innings for the most part. The momentum mostly on their side up until the past 3 innings where the Regulators have chipped back into contention. There is a throw over to check in on Mata at first, being held on by Cannon. No one warming up in the pen right now for the Regulators. Now there goes Mata on the pitch below the knees of Bardowell, and Owen cannot make the transfer. It's a stolen base for Anthony Mata. Anthony Mata trailing behind Emilio Corona. That was his 16th stolen base on the season. And now the go-ahead run is in scoring position. A 1-1 count, nobody out. Bardowell. The pitch misses on the curveball below the knees. A 2-1 count. Bardowell, a power threat, sends this one in the air to dead center field. Williams back at the wall, looking up. It's gone. Fly, baby, fly. The Regulators have their first lead of the night on the Bardo bomb. It's their first home run in 32 innings. Finally sending one out of Modern Woodman Field to the silence of the home crowd. 5-3 Regulators. What a relief for Bardowell. That is home run number 10. Joining the double-digit party with 3 other coasters. And now Cuba Bess with the new lead fouls this one to the third base side into the bleachers for strike 1. And we'll likely see, actually Grosjean could really come back into the ninth. He looked dominant, but the very same could be said for the closer, Zach Volker, who did blow the save last night. Cuba Bess swings atop a breaking ball for strike 2. Nobody out. Owen setting up outside. This one sent the pole direction for Cuba Bess. That is 3 straight hits off of Aaron Moreno, and JT Snow has had enough. Coming out to grab the ball from his normal closer. He's going to try a new arm. With some action in the bullpen, it'll be a right-hander. And Moreno is done, giving up the lead to Long Beach after the Bardo bomb. It is 5-3 in favor of Long Beach, looking to clinch this series. When we come back, it's still the top of the ninth. Nobody out. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Regulators on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. The Roadsters turn over to a new arm to try and get the final 3 defensive outs before they try and get back on the Regulators, who have taken a 5-3 lead after the Matthew Bardowell Bardo bomb to dead center. Jacob Jablonski facing off against the righty Preston Kelly, who swings and misses at the breaking ball for strike 1. 3 consecutive hits kicked off this top of the ninth, including Cuba Bess, who has been replaced by Jalen Edmonds at first, a pinch runner, to try and get some insurance runs here. As the next pitch misses for ball 1 to Jablonski, who on the night is 1 for 2. A single back in the 6th, also a pair of walks. As he takes another breaking ball outside.
And Jalen is a very big base running threat. He scored 10 runs, but he's done so taking 6 of 6 steals.
Next pitch outside for the sidearm pitcher for Modesto in his 6th appearance. Speaking of 6s, he has pitched 6 prior innings. and is one strikeout away from his 6th on the season. But it's not going to be here. He misses outside twice on the 2-1, and it is Jablonski's 3rd walk of the night, advancing Edmonds to second. Another runner in scoring position. 3 straight base runners here in the top of the 9th for the Regulators.
8 of the last 9 Regulators batters have reached base, dating back into the 8th inning.
Doesn't really follow the 6 trend there, but it's still a positive one, as there's a swing and a miss to Emilio Corona. 5-2 Regulators. Corona 1 for 4 tonight. Came around to score the tying run. This pitch gets away from Owen. Both runners advance into scoring position. We'll see how they score that one. I would assume that's a wild pitch. We'll go with it for the time being. Now the infield is drawn in. The 1-1, this one on the ground. Past the dive of both infielders on the left side. That's going to cash in one more on the RBI single from Emilio Corona. It is 6-3 Regulators. This crowd is stunned. Back-to-back singles for Corona in his last 2 plate appearances, potentially.
Well, the mantra is that good teams find ways to win, and Long Beach has battled very late in games where they trail. This has a chance to be another huge victory for Long Beach. Could end up being the 16th time that the Regulators end up with a comeback win.
1st and 3rd, nobody out. And Patrick Roche takes a strike on the cutter. Roche 1 for 2 with a pair of walks. There goes Corona towards second. A hit and run applied. Lejewski throws to first, the only out he can record there. And the run comes across in the form of an RBI ground out for Patrick Roche. Corona now in scoring position. Make it 7-3 Long Beach.
And if you had told me 2 innings ago, heck, even 1 inning ago, that by the time the bottom of the 9th rolled around, the Regulators would have a lead in a non-save situation, I would have called you crazy.
That finishes Moreno's line, giving up all of the initial 3 that he allowed on base. First pitch misses low and high. High and inside to Johnny Pappas, who allowed the Regulators to tie up the game for the first time tonight. 2-0 with a runner at second, and now an out on the board. Pitch misses in, and the runner advances on the no contest.
So that's a stolen base there for Emilio Corona, his 22nd.
Next pitch in the zone on a changeup. 2-1 count. Corona has 3 stolen bases for the past couple of nights. 2 last night. This one's fouled, third base side. 2-2 count. 1 out recorded after the first 5 base runners reach here in the top of the 9th. The infield drawn in once more. This one golfed in the air to left center. Liniak under it. Corona is going to make a play at the plate. The janitor throw in, not in time. Corona steps on the home plate base, standing for run number 8 and RBI number 3 on the night for number 3. Johnny Pappas, the sacrifice there, and out number 2. What a comeback for Pappas after a rough couple of nights. He is finally looking like himself again. Eddie Pelk, the top of the lineup. Nobody on and 2 outs. Kelly gets a strike outside to Pelk. in his 6th plate appearance tonight. Only one hit, that was back in the first. This one, an inside-out swing over the head of Handren, and there's his 2nd hit. Speaking, you shall receive another hit for the Pelk man, who got his 69th walk his last time up. It was an intentional one, but he's creeping closer to that record, trying to keep pace with his hits versus his walks. I believe now he is tied in both categories, 69 in both accords. Dylan Lena now to the plate. Takes ball 1. The 9th batter of this inning for the Regulators, who have charged back with a 5 spot. Breaking ball, missing low and outside.
And Lena could definitely use a pick-me-up like everyone else at 0 for 5. This is a low-pressure situation for him, and it seems like the right spot for him to swing freely.
He's got a 2-0 count. He swings at that one, off the handle, and to the end of the third base dugout. It's a 2-1 count to the Long Beach State Dirtbag, the former Long Beach State Dirtbag of the past couple of seasons at Blair Field. This one on the ground, up the middle. Lejewski ranging over to his left. He's going to make the routine 6-3 to end the inning, leaving one stranded, but Matthew Bardowell, the hero of that 5-run rally, kicking off that 5-run rally with a Bardo blast, a Bardo bomb to dead center, whatever you want to call it. It is 8-3 heading into the bottom of the 9th, and Gary Grosjean is going to come on and try and close out the potential series winning 8-3 lead for the Regulators. We'll be right back on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. Three more defensive outs to go before Long Beach takes the final series of the first half. Gary Grosjean back on the mound. He worked through the 8th, faced 5 batters, struck out 2, and left 2 stranded in scoring position. The first pitch misses up and in to Tyler Williams, who will be followed by Dom Rodriguez and Harry Owen, should they all bat where they're supposed to without any pinch hitters. The next pitch is fouled off to the first base side. It is a 1-1 count after the 5 spot in the top of the 9th. That was started by a Matthew Bardowell home run, a 2-run home run that got the initial lead and the only lead of the game thus far for the Regulators. It could potentially be enough, as there's a slider that Tyler Williams swings and misses at. A 1-2 count. Grosjean heads to the plate. The slider misses in the dirt that time to even up the count. Williams, an RBI single. He scored the first run of the game for Modesto, who had the lead up until that top of the 8th, where Pappas tied it up, and all of the marbles went towards the third base dugout. This one popped up in the infield. right behind the second base bag. Jablonski says he's got it, and he does. Pulls it out of the night sky for out number 1. Dom Rodriguez, the DH tonight, also had an RBI single back in that initial bottom of the second where Modesto got up 2-0. Since then, he is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. First time facing off against Grosjean this series. There's a nice hard 93-mile-per-hour fastball that Rodriguez could not catch up with. An 0-1 count with 1 out. Grosjean, the next pitch, a fastball, pulled outside. A 1-1 count. Grosjean, the third pitcher of the night for the Regulators, and they hope that's all they need. The next pitch cuts inside, and Rodriguez gets a piece, sends it the other way. Out into the bleachers, it's 1-2.
Well, what a journey it's been for Gary this season. Injured after starting on opening day, now transitioning to the bullpen after returning.
1-2, the breaking ball outside. Swung on and missed for his third strikeout, and now he's just an out away from clinching this season, clinching the series.
With what would be his third victory. And just to further my point from earlier, he's combining his starting and relief talents with this longer appearance, going for 2 innings to try and shut this one down.
Harry Owen, the last hope for Modesto, takes the first pitch inside for ball 1 on the fastball at 94.
Gary missed over a month with that injury, and he has returned in form.
Next pitch cuts inside, but finds the zone right around the same spot as that first pitch. But Ricardo Rodriguez likes the second one better than the first. It is 1-1. From the stretch, Grosjean heads towards home with a breaking ball that misses low and right over the plate. 2-1, 2 outs, nobody on. Fastball at the knees, gets him. And now Grosjean a strike away from getting this series over the Modesto Roadsters. Grosjean pauses for a second, comes set at the hip, the 2-2. This one right back up the middle for a base hit to keep the dreams alive for the Modesto crowd. Owen's second hit of the game brings back the top of the lineup. Jacob Lajewski kicked off a 9th-inning rally that tied up the game last night on Zach Volker. There is some action in the bullpen. Not sure if that is the aforementioned Volker. Grosjean still has a great opportunity here with the middle infielders working up the middle, double play depth. There's a called strike, and Lajewski's going to challenge it. Modesto is 1 for 2, and should he fail, they will be out of challenges. Oh, no challenges left. I had something different in my book, but the next pitch misses inside.
And I believe that is Ryan Fox warming up in left field.
Just in case things fall out of sorts here. There's a challenge that does go through. That was Johnny Pappas. And it is overturned to a strike number 2.
Strike 2, I believe. They're
not updating the board right now. But I have 2 strikes. Yes, all right, the board updates. So the Regulators have 3 straight successful challenges after failing on the first one. And now Grosjean can complete this game and punch across a win here. Grosjean, the 0-2, a swing and a miss on the slider. Ball game. The Regulators take their 12th series of the season in the 8-3 come-from-behind victory here in Modesto. Grosjean finishes out his final 6 outs, 3 of them coming the way of the K, getting a win in the process. And now they're going to try for the sweep to finish out the first half. The Regulators, now with 36 wins, could potentially tie the record set for the best record in the first half, set by the Ballers last year. The reigning champion Ballers, as Long Beach is looking oh so hot. A lot to bring you in the post-game report, which will be brief when we come back. 8-3 the final score here on the Coast Media Network and Home Team Network. Post-game show, it'll be a brief one as we got to hop back on the bus, and it'll be a cheerful one because the Regulators beat out the Roadsters 2 nights in a row to get the series, the final series of the first half. 8-3 is the score. They trailed for pretty much this entire early part of the game, the first 7 full innings, going the way of the Roadsters, who got the initial lead, left plenty of chances for the Regulators with runners in scoring position that they did not cash in on until those later innings.
It's a great job for Long Beach to secure its 16th comeback victory of the year. There were 3 times where your top 3 hitters went down in order: Eddie Pelk, Dylan Lena, and Cooper Vest. That's pretty discouraging, but Johnny Pappas played the role of the biggest believer, and oh boy, he needed it. It had been 13 at-bats since his last hit. Thrice in the game, he had come up with a runner on third, twice with the bases loaded. Well, he comes up again in the 8th inning with the bases loaded, and he gets the job done. He bats home 2 runs to tie the game. If he can believe, so can everybody else. Nine batters in a 10-hitter span across the 8th and 9th ended up reaching base, and the biggest bash in that setup was Matthew Bardowell's 2-run homer.
The go-ahead run for Bardowell, well, the go-ahead 2-run home run, was 2 of the 5 in the final inning, setting up Gary Grosjean for what would become his second victory of the third, rather, of the season. He is now 3-1. Moreno is now 3-2. He takes the loss. The closer for the Roadsters gives up 3 runs, 2 of which came off of that Bardo blast, kicking off that 9th inning with 3 straight base hits. Great work for the Regulators, who will have a very, very early morning tomorrow. At 11 a.m. is the Sunday day game. We got to set our alarms bright and early, and we will be here.
I shudder to think what time we'll be getting on that bus.
I just hope that we are up and able. We will be, as we will get you the beach ball pregame show 20 minutes before first pitch. Should we get up here in time for that?
We'll be here.
We'll be here.
We'll be awake and ready with lots and lots and lots of coffee and enthusiasm, especially because the Coast have a chance to tie a record, and we're going to be right on for that.
Right now, the Coast are 36-11. Modesto takes their 20th loss of the season. Now 27-20 on the season, trying to creep ahead and try and clinch things for the first half pennant. Let's take a look at how things shook out for the Mustangs tonight on this Saturday night in July.
It's nothing good for Long Beach, I'll tell you that.
No, 16-8 was the final score at Melaleuca Field. The Mustangs still right behind the Long Beach Coast, and we'll see what identity they choose tomorrow. They might just go Regulators all 3 times, this being the 11th instance of the Long Beach Regulators alternate identity, and in those 11 games, they are now 9-2, including 6-2 on the road in these black jerseys, and now 12-2 in the overall series record in the inaugural season. They are also now 30-8 in night games, this being their 30th win in a night game. Tomorrow, in the day games, they are 5-3, a little bit closer of a record. We'll see what happens. They are also now 7-3 to start July. Modesto falls in the late innings. 8-3 is the final score. We'll sign out for now from Modesto. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook. And thank you so much for tuning in. But now it's time for us to tune out and get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you, and have a great night.